Is anybody there yet? Anybody? Not yet. Has anyone checked in yet? Anyone checked in yet? Anybody there? Anybody? Has anyone checked in yet? Calling people, students?
Tony Robinson's here.
Oh, good. Thank you, Tony. I was getting really worried. There wasn't anybody showing up. I thought I'm all alone. Tony, did you get any snow at your house?
We did. We got quite a bit.
So did we, yeah.
Hopefully it melts fast for a minute.
Cheyenne, are you there?
Yep, I'm here.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Marcia Hutt's here.
Thank you, Marcia.
Nicole Foldrum is here.
Thank you. Anyone else?
That is very lucrative.
You can make him leave, you know that.
There's Sarah. I see Sarah.
Hi.
Hi, Sarah. Oh, there's Ashley. Is that your little baby, Ashley?
Yeah, sorry, I'll mute it.
How old? Tell me about it.
She's
Boy,
9
girl?
months. Yeah.
Let's have a look.
But
Where's your pretty hair like your mama? Oh, there's Trisha.
Hello.
Hi, Trish.
How are you all?
I think I'm doing okay. It's amazing.
Good.
I was just looking at Ashley's new baby. She has a 9-month-old little baby girl.
Oh, cute.
How many children do you have, Trish?
I have 4 and they're all grown. They should be giving me babies, giving me grandbabies.
Yep, mine are grown and I'm getting grandbabies, but no greats.
Oh, I'd be happy for the first grandchild.
My neighbor down the road that I go to visit, she is 100 years old, Trish, on Halloween, and she has 6 generations. Oh, there's Kirsten.
That's amazing.
hello.
Hello, hello. Did you have a better day today, Kirsten?
Yep.
Last week was kind of hairy for you, you said.
Yeah. Yep, it's been good. Good week, actually.
Good. Do you go all week? Do you get a fall break? Anything?
Our fall break's on the 22nd. No, 25th.
We get this Thursday, Friday off, and then Monday's a training day for teachers, so we get the weekend, I guess.
Yeah.
Do they still hold UEA?
Not down
so.
here.
Yeah, not anywhere. I didn't think so, but I hadn't heard of it. Anybody else checking in?
Kayleen.
Hi, Kayleen.
Andy Townsend's here.
Okay, thank you.
Bonnie Kevington is here.
Thank you.
Amy McIntosh is here.
Thank you.
And Courtney Wright is here.
Thank you, Courtney.
Lindsay Bagley is here.
Thank you.
Katie McBride is here.
All right, thank you.
Lori said Weeks is here.
Thank you.
You want to be on the title?
Lindsay? Lindsay, are you there?
Yes.
I have a question. I
Uh-huh.
go to your assignment and it comes up that you've done it, but it doesn't open or something on the first R. I don't know what it is for sure.
Oh, okay. You know what? I haven't done it yet.
Oh, well, okay. It's just showing the headline. I kept thinking maybe something should show up. Okay, that explains it. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, thanks.
Maria, are you there yet? Brindy? Jesse? Ashley Rex, are you there? Suzanne Sheridan, did I hear from Suzanne?
I'm
Not yet.
here.
Okay, thank you. I heard from Nicole. Corinne, did I hear from Corinne Woodward? I think I did. Corinne? Corinne? Maybe not. Laura, are you there yet, Laura? Not yet. Any problems, any questions anybody has while we're waiting a minute? Any questions I can help you with?
Well, I have a question. I can't get my camera working. I haven't changed any settings. Any ideas?
I don't have any ideas. I came in today and mine wouldn't work either, so I called for the tech guy. So he came and did mine, and it was changing it from HMM1 to 3 or something. So I'm sorry, I don't know that answer. As long as we can hear you, you're fine.
Sounds good. It'll just bug me in the meantime.
Yeah. You don't have to comb your hair. You can.
Darn it, I even did my hair today.
Okay, we're missing Laura. She's at home today. Laura usually comes here with me, but she said she was feeling a little bit ill, so she didn't know if she was coming down with COVID, so she stayed someplace else. I don't know where Laura is. Lauren Clark, are you there yet?
Yes, I am here.
Thank you, Lauren. Tammy DeCourser. Anybody heard from Tammy? Not yet. Maria?
I'm here.
Maria is. Thank you, Maria. Brindy will be there in a minute. She has a mandatory meeting she has to attend. Jesse, are you there yet?
I need some water.
Yeah, I'm here.
Thank you. Did you get any snow down there?
We did. Not much that stuck, but it snowed all day yesterday, and we had little skiffs.
Did you go out and throw snowballs? What did you do with it?
We practiced football in it, so we had our football practice, and the kids were freezing. But
interfere with football? Oh no, no, no. Ashley Rex, are you there yet? Not yet. Corinne?
I'm here.
Thank you. Stacy McGinnis will be here. She has a child in her class, she said, that kind of melted down today, and the mom's coming in to talk to her. So she'll be here in a minute. Anybody else? Well, let me tell you about my adventure today. As you know, I'm a little older than some of you, and we live on a big ranch. And my cows, there's about 200 or 300 of them, I don't know, and they're calves and a bunch of bulls. They got tired of finding their own food out in the pasture. So they saw this wonderful big field of 100 acres I have that I'm going to cut hay this weekend. And they decided they could all get together and push hard enough they could get in that field. So they did. They didn't realize that if they eat that new alfalfa, they'll all bloat and die. But anyway, my husband and I had to get four-wheelers and get 2 or 3 of the neighbors and push them back where they're supposed to be. So that was my big adventure today. They have to stay back in the pasture that they're supposed to be in. So if you've had a bunch of unruly kids today, I had a bunch of unruly people today, or cows today too. So, all right. Anybody have anything they want to say, ask, questions, comments, anything before we get started?
I have a question
All right, Nicole.
about the theoretical models of reading assignment.
Uh-huh.
So I just want to make sure I'm supposed to write like a one-page paper and then do a Venn diagram, right?
No, not both. And you don't
Oh,
have to
okay.
be a big one-page paper. Just a paragraph is fine. Some people are doing a diagram and showing top-down, bottom-up interactive. Some are just
Okay,
writing a paragraph. It's just so that you make sure that you understood it, because it's new to some people and not new to some of you. So,
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that. I just started working on it and I was like, wait a sec, let me check. Okay, thank
it
you.
does say a one-page paper. That's what SUU would like, but I don't think that's necessary, as long as you understand there's a top-down, a bottom-up, and an interactive, and I'm sure you do already because you use them in your classroom. Anybody else have a question or comment? All right. Then let's go down our.
Sorry,
go to
did you
Nancy.
mark
Go ahead.
Teresa? Sorry, did you mark
There's
Teresa
Teresa.
Massananti is here?
Okay, thank you. Let me go back and mark you attendance. Thank you, Teresa. Just a second till I go back to attendance. There it comes. Let me find Teresa. All right. You're marked there. We're just missing Ashley Rex, Brindy Grange, who's coming a little bit late because she has a meeting, and Laura Baylor isn't on yet. And that's it. Anybody else?
Do you have Nicole Yamamoto?
Yes, I did hear you, Nicole. That you're the last one at the bottom, and you're marked off right there at the bottom.
Thank you.
Uh-huh. All right, there's the articles are here that from other classes. There's class 1. If you haven't had time to read some of the handouts, take time and, look them if they're of use to you. We went through class 2. There's the first R. Some of you are having some difficulty on what you do. It is just an example that SUU put on of a great big long research project. It's a well-done research project following all the steps that you use in a research project. Since this is a foundation class leading toward level 2 action research, they wanted you to have an example, and they put a big long example of a really good, qualified, well peer-reviewed research study. And it's about the first R. They'd like you to read that, and then there are some questions there where you kind of analyze yourself. The idea, of course, is they're trying to show you that you are part of the group now, and you can analyze your behavior and your influence leading up to the end of the class where you interview somebody and get their opinion of literacy. So that's what that article is for. Any other questions about that first article? A lot of you had trouble whether, do I answer the questions? Do I read the article? What do I do? I'm not highly concerned about it. I just want you to be aware that that big article is there, and that's a really good research project. That is a professional research project. So if you are the 4 people in our class that are in the action research, don't feel badly if yours isn't like that one. That's a long, very detailed, very complex, very well funded 3-year research project. But that is a good example of a well qualified, peer reviewed research project on the first R. Then there's class 3 and class 4. Then some of you were asking for a little more help on Benjamin Bloom and Spencer Kagan. So I put some handouts there so you could see the difference. Benjamin Bloom started first, and then Spencer Kagan has come along with some different ideas. And I put a lot of Spencer Kagan's strategies because I think he has done some wonderful work. So take time and look at the strategies that he's put there. Then we had class 5 last week. Well, what we did not do last week is look at some of the handouts. So I moved them down to class 6 so that we could just show you what they were. so that if you are interested, you will read them. Then I put some experts here that we've been talking about, different experts. We haven't gone into great depth on a lot of them because we do that in other classes. We're just trying to show you how many experts are out there and how many theorists. And actually, you are one of them too. You are in the class right now, and you have some theories about how things work and what don't work and what helps you, and some of the programs you're using that you like and some you don't like and some you'd like to change. So these are just people that have come up with an idea, just like you've come up with an idea, and you think you know what works and how to do it. And now you're learning about how color works in the room, and you learn about brain research and just different ideas just to open up your horizons. But don't think that you're not one of the experts too, because you are on the ground doing the work. Let me just show you some of the handouts that I posted last week. So if you'll go to the Canvas, we'll go to number 1. This is a summary. Excuse me, gotta take a drink. I was chasing those cows and screaming at them. Don't be concerned if you don't know all of these models. This is a summary of all the models that are out there. The general characteristics. This is quite complicated and you don't need to know this. It's just for your information in case you do want to look at it. We're going to look at the routing theory, GOES model, which is a bottom-up model, the automatic information processing. These have been mentioned in your textbook. Another bottom-up, the interactive model. We talked about that. So these are just a whole bunch of different ones that are out there just for your information. You may have heard of them, you may not have. It doesn't matter. It's just to open up your horizons that there are a lot of theorists out there. You have to be the expert now, along with your district, to decide which models you're following, which theorists you believe in, which ones you don't like. Like whole language was such a big thing at one time, and it was the only thing we did. And then whole language went away, and phonics came in. So there's just a lot of information out there. The next one was called a teacher questioning. How do you think you are when you ask questions? Do you ask higher level questions? We've talked about the higher level ones, and so it's just a paper that Nancy Livingston, she was one of the big professors at BYU, and she really believed that teachers didn't ask enough questions, that students needed time to think, and we need to ask them higher level questions. So it's just an article that she wrote that you may or may not be interested in, but it's there for your information if you are trying to hone your questioning skills. She said she'd go to the classroom just like I was telling you. I watch my student teachers, and they're all just simple knowledge questions, something the kid can look at the board or the book and find the answer. But there needs to be more thinking skills. So then here's another one about questioning. It's called making your questions count. There are assessment questions. There are all different kinds of questions. Open questions. So it's just a handout for you if you are thinking about working on your questioning skills. The next handout with double T up here. I love this up here at the top, questioning is spelled wrong. But here's a summary going along with Bloom's technology of what you ask for on the different levels. Evaluation. What does it mean to ask these questions? What does it mean? And then it gives you a whole bunch of ideas on how to hone your questioning skills to make it more informative with the students. The next handout that we didn't look at last week is a chapter. We used to buy this book, but this book cost $100, and I didn't think it was quite worth that much. But it was called Literacy, Helping Students Construct Meaning. We used to use it, so if you know somebody that's been in the classes a long time ago, they may have a copy or you may see it in your school library. It's by Cooper and Kliger, and this was activating prior knowledge, and it was one of the better chapters in that book. So I copied it for you and gave you some graphic organizers of how you get back to their prior knowledge. It really matters, as we talked about, they don't know things like we talked about zoo here in Roosevelt. In first grade and kindergarten, there's 2 or 3 big units on a zoo. So we took this poll, and out of the whole kindergarten class, 2 kids had been to Hogle Zoo in Salt Lake City. They had no real prior knowledge. They didn't know about animals living in cages. Out here, animals live freely. You know, they live in corrals or they live out in pastures. They had no idea of a zoo. So we need to know about our students' prior knowledge. So it just gives you some idea. It was just a good chapter, so I put it on just for your information so that you realize that prior knowledge is very important in what you're trying to teach. I went to a class on Zoom with no prior knowledge of what Zoom was doing when it first started out, and it was complicated. I mean, I felt out of my element that first time. And so I had no prior knowledge of using Zoom, and now we're getting so that we can use it and be a little more accomplished. So no matter what age we are, we still lack prior knowledge in some areas. The next handout was called engagement. How much time do you engage your students? It gives you some strategies that we talked about last week. The students need more time to talk to you and talk to each other and to tell. So how do you engage them during that telling phase? How do you get them to participate? How do you get them to do responses, written responses and so forth? It's just another handout by a so-called theorist that has some great ideas, so I put it on for your benefit. The next one is some causes of reading problems by Nancy Livingston again. She decided in her last years of her career at BYU, and she had like 40 or 50 years in, that we need to identify reading problems. We go in assuming that if we teach, everybody's going to catch on and read. And a lot of students don't. And so she just put this handout out. It's called Some Causes of Reading Problems. So it's just for your information. The next one was called metacognition. Remember, we talked about this one last week. We all made a circle, and we put metacognition in the middle and talked about all the parts of metacognition, from David Sousa and his brain theory. Language is part of it, and processing, and we talked about all these different things. So just remember, metacognition takes time and training, and just don't assume that all students know how to think. The next one was 5 ways to help struggling readers build reading fluency, coming from the International Literacy Association, the ILA. Remember, it used to be called the IRA reading. Now they've changed to literacy. So it's just one of their better handouts that I put on here for your information. 5 ways to help struggling readers build reading fluency. If you have a need for that, then that's a handout there for you. A lot of you asked me last week after we had our classes if I had anything to help you with like this. Here's some resources for adolescents. This is from the IRA, International Reading, only they've now changed to ILA. But these are academic books. Developing reading in the academic disciplines, small group reading instruction, in a reading state of mind, when kids can't read, what to do about it. These are just some of the books that are recommended. Some of these are old but excellent. I love this book by Chris Savani. I read it, but I don't get it. Comprehension Strategies for Adolescent Readers. I use that one a lot when I work with my high school students. I read it, and they can read the words to me, but they really don't get it. They don't get the meaning or go back and find what the author's trying to say, or the theme, or the plot, or the hidden plot. That's a great book by Chris Savani. So these are just some teacher books. And I just put that there for your information too. Another one was called Adolescent Learning. A lot of you said, I need more help with adolescents. What do I do with them? This is from the ILA too. It was revised in 2012. And it's one of their articles about what do adolescents deserve and what is adolescent literacy. So that's just for your information too, because some of you asked for help. The last one is called Teaching Comes in Seasons, and it's about culture and how important culture is, that they need to have a mentor to help them and somebody to give them feedback. It's just another article. Just as farmers apply proper strategies to adapt to the season's different conditions, teachers need to find ways to work smarter, not harder. It talks about pacing yourself and things to help you be a better teacher and help those students. And then the last one is what's hot in 2020 and beyond. It's coming from the ILA again. They put in an article, and it's just some of the things will be coming up soon now in the 2020. And what's going to be the top 5 critical topics that they see for the next 4 or 5 years that are going to be affecting what you're teaching. Educational inequities are huge in all areas, such as teacher preparation, teachers' opportunity for continued professional learning and development with their peers, adequate resources in terms of classroom libraries and small class sizes. These are problems that are going to be affecting you over the next years. That's why the State Office of Education took this article, and they've decided we need to get all the teachers ready, more prepared for online learning, or a mixture of inline, online school. I mean, we don't know what the COVID is going to do to our schools. Some are closing already because of too many students with the COVID. So they're looking at maybe having the college do these classes. You already come out with a reading endorsement. They're looking at, I don't know, they're looking at a whole bunch of changes. I don't know what their plans are at all. I'm on these committees and still don't know because all we do is talk. But anyway, they're trying to help you out, to help you prepare for the future. So watch what the state's doing, and we'll see what the new plans are. And then wait time. Remember we talked about how important wait time is. We ask a question. We should give them at least 5 seconds. First of all, to get their attention and say, oh, teacher asked a question. I better think what it was. And then maybe you might need to repeat it because some of them didn't hear it. They were thinking about other things. And we talked about outside influences. They come to your class with a lot of things on their minds. So you tell them the question, give them 5 seconds to think about it. That gives them a little time to translate it if they speak Spanish or Korean or Japanese into English or whatever you're wanting. And then after they give an answer, research says that most teachers say, oh, fine, thank you, that's a good answer, and move on. But really, if it's a really important question and it's part of your assignment and you want them to really know it, after you call on 1 or 2 students and let them give their answer, then you should repeat their answer or reframe their answer. Oh, Tina just told us da-da-da-da-da-da-da. What do you think about that? That gives the students time to, think about what one of their fellow classmates said and think about her answer. Makes Tina feel very good that the teacher honored my answer. She just didn't brush it off, or he didn't brush it off. And then they have more time to think about it. We want them to know it, but they don't know it until they have time to think about it, process it, answer it, maybe think about what their classmates said. But teachers get nervous. Oh, we're wasting this time. We've been on this question a whole minute. If it's an important question, then that's important time, and we don't give enough time of wait time and think time. This is coming out of the EDRG Digest, so that's just another one to help you remember how important it is for wait time. The last one is for English language learners, and of course it applies to all students because actually we're all learning something. Sometimes if you're in a math class or a computer class or any class, it could be a foreign language to you. You really don't know what the teacher is talking about. If you're in a higher level science class, it might sound like a foreign language, even though it's not classified what we call foreign language. But we need to use cognitive strategies to help develop English language and literacy. So those are just handouts that you asked for some help. A lot of you asked for help, and I put them on. Idea circles, that's what we talked about when we did that metacognition. It's a good way to summarize what the student knows or doesn't know. They can work in group. They have a central concept. What do you know about it? You'd be amazed what some of them know or think they know, and they have the wrong answer, and then that's a good way to identify it. So these are just ideas that I thought might help you if you have time to look at them. We didn't have time to look at them last week. We had the reports, and those were such good reports. I love reading your articles. This is our last class, and I have just been simply amazed. So proud of you on your answers and responses to each other. You're sharing ideas. You're questioning things, you're coming up with ideas. I hope that when you read other people's ideas that you're really learning from each other. Now, not to confuse you at all, but here's those general theories again. Some of these maybe you'll hear about, and maybe you won't hear about some of these, but we're going to look at some of these tonight, just briefly, just to give you an introduction to lots of different theories. Now, let me stop a minute. I want to show you something. Let me go out of this and go down here. This is our last class tonight, except for the 4 people, Brindy and Maria and Lauren and Kirsten, who are in the Action Research class, level 2. They're just finishing up. Your class is next week. What the 4 of you need to do is be prepared to tell us your progress, what you're doing on your research, what's working, what's not working, what's overwhelming you, what's not overwhelming you, who's helping you, who's not helping you, who's being difficult, what your roadblocks are, what you're doing in your research. So you have some of you are asking, what do we do in class next week? Also, Chris Labram, the other lady that helps me, has been to a lot of different training, and she has some new ideas to present to you next week. But if you are in the literature class for next week, and let me show you who is. Let me go to, let's see, it goes to people. The people that are already signed up to start the literature class in 2 weeks, next week you get off, then we start the literature class. Laura is signed up, Nicole, Maria, Brindy, Cheyenne, Ashley, Teresa, Amy, Stacy, Ashley, Rex, Tony, Sarah, Charlotte, Suzanne, Lori, and Andy. So if you haven't signed up yet, it's a good time to sign up and get the book and start. And let me show you, if you will go to the beginning of it, the home of it, you will find the syllabus is already there of what we're going to be doing in the literature class. Gives you an idea of what we'll be doing each week. So if you wanted to get a heads up next week instead of coming to class, you can just look and see what we'll be doing in the literature class. Any comments, questions, anything I can help you with on that one? It's a fun class. We're going to look at all the different literature and what it means and how you do things.
I don't know if you need to know, but I just registered also. This is Corinne.
Oh, good. I'm glad, Corinne. You'll have plenty of time. I just wanted to show people so they knew who was already there and who wasn't there, so they would know. Okay, let's go back to our class tonight then. Comments, questions, anything, anybody wants to say anything?
Louise, should we already be seeing that course on our Canvas if we're signed up?
You should be if your name's there. Ask Amy if you're not, because you should be. If your name's there, I think so. As far as I know, if your name's there, you should be able to get to it.
Okay.
But ask her for sure, Amy Davis, the secretary at NU Center.
Okay, thanks.
Her name's there, so I'm sure she can see it, so I don't know why not. Any other questions? Okay, let's go to tonight's agenda, please. I have some good news for you. The people that are working on this remodeling of this building have been very happy with us for leaving at 7:30. If possible, they'd like us to do that again tonight and not do 8:30, because they're coming in taking the ceiling apart. There's still holes in our ceiling here. Hope nothing falls down on my head, that's what I'm hoping. So if we can do it, they'd like us to leave early. But if not, we'll see. But anyway. Okay. Now, here's our agenda for tonight. The book for next week is called Children's Literature Briefly. So, and then we've looked at the comments from last week. Tonight, the first thing we're going to look at is chapter 9 in our book. So if you'll find your lenses on reading, your book, this chapter is a hard chapter because it's all the newest and updated ideas. And a lot of them I don't understand either yet because they are just coming out now. So please find chapter 9. Chapter 10 is called Putting It All Together, where it's a summary. But please find chapter 9. In my book, it starts on page 192. Everybody find it? Okay, what we're going to do is give you time to kind of peruse each part of it. And then when you have a lot more time, you can think about it, because these are hard concepts. This is a harder chapter to read because it's brand new. And some of it hasn't even been completed yet or finished. So what I would like you to do is just kind of look through each section. And then we'll have one person just read the teacher application so that there's some idea in your mind of when we talk about cognitive processing, then you'll have a story. So first of all, Brindy isn't there yet. So I will read the page, the beginning of page 193. At the very bottom it says, cognitive processing frameworks attempt to explain the internal working of the mind as individuals engage in complex mental activities. Models of cognition are often general enough to be applied across domains, so that the same framework that explains how we find information in a book or remember a phone number can be adapted so that we can find information on a website or remember a URL. Cognitive scientists often focus their attention on how to explain a specific complex process, such as reading. Reading is a very complex process, but the true goal of the field is to understand how complex texts in general are learned and mastered. Remember, at the very bottom of my page it says, however, no theory or model of cognitive processing is complex enough to account for all the subtleties of a cognitive process. The brain is a complicated situation, isn't it? There is a lot we don't know about it. And as we learned in Dr. Sousa, they used to do MRIs, but they had to put radioactive sugar in the brain, which you can't do on live little 5-year-old children to see how their brain works. So every one of these takes place at many, many levels. So this is a higher level chapter. So what I'd like you to do first, please, is look over the general characteristics of cognitive processing perspective. It's on page 193, 194, 195. Just peruse it for a couple of minutes. And then we'll have Kirsten read the antidote, the teacher's antidote on page 196. And then we'll look at Go's model, and then Jesse read us the teacher's antidote on page 199. And then after each little section, we'll have somebody just read the teacher's antidote, so I know you've heard that much. But other than that, you can peruse the chapter, and then at your leisure, try to understand it, because it's a very deep chapter. Do you understand what we're doing now? For a couple of minutes, we're going to just peruse 193, 194, and then in about 2 minutes, Kirsten's going to read us the antidote, so we've heard that much. Any questions or concerns? Okay, take 2 minutes and read this first theory called cognitive processing. This is what David Sousa was trying to teach us. So take a couple of minutes and just get the highlights out of that section. I think you'll recognize David Sousa with the working table, the working memory, the sensory. I think this might bring it back to you of that video we had. You have one more minute to kind of peruse it before we hear the antidote. Are you seeing some common terms? Short-term memory, working memory, workbench? Okay, Kirsten, could you read us the antidote, what the teacher, you thought about the information processing model, please?
Okay, the information processing model is evident in the classroom in many ways. Students exercise short-term memory processes when they study for a quiz or a test and then forget most of the information after the test is completed. They may have repeated the information over and over in their heads when they were studying, but once they stopped rehearsing, the information was lost. Long-term memory is executed when children read. Once a child is a good reader, that skill is not forgotten. The letters of the alphabet and their sounds are not forgotten.
So that kind of summarizes that little section. That's a good section, and we do that all the time, and it's critical. We know how to do that. But that's how one fifth grade teacher, that's how she explains the information process. It's easier to understand her theory than the way they explained it, because the book is quite complicated. All right, now read about GO's model, and then we will have Jesse read us the antidote on 199 in a couple, 3 minutes. You have one more minute to kind of scan over it. Okay, I'm willing to admit that after reading that section about Go, I really couldn't explain it really well to you. Can anybody really explain it? Do you understand what he's talking about? He's complicated, isn't he? Jesse, what did it say about the teacher's antidote using Go's model? Jesse, are you there? Your mic's not on.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Now we can.
Okay. So this is by Renee Ben David, who's a 7th grade special education teacher. They say, many of my resource room kids are very low readers who still don't know the basic sounds some letter or blends make. This deficiency breaks down the reading process at the decoder. Other students get lost at the librarian due to the limited amount of words that they have in their vocabulary. There are even a few students who can't decipher between P, B, D, and G, and they get stuck at the scanner because the pattern recognizer isn't working up to par. Go's model is good for trying to explain all the different points at which my kids could be experiencing reading problems.
Okay, so he has a complicated model though. Does anybody really understand it? They can explain it better. It's very complicated, isn't it? The scanner, pattern, the code book, the librarian, the lexicon. How would you like to be given that and say, now teach reading to these kids today? So he's a very deep thinker, and he probably has some very good ideas. I have never used his ideas, don't understand them as much as I should, I guess, because I'm not really impressed with him. But any other comment? Anybody want to make a comment about Go? Do you feel good about it? Do you understand it? You don't? What do you think? Somebody speak up.
Louise, our district is putting the reading teachers up to 6th grade through the letters training program. And that's where I heard about the simple view of reading, that its reading comprehension is a result of two processes, the decoding skill and the language comprehension. And so, in that class, they're breaking it down further into different pieces, but it always ties back into that simple view of reading.
Right. Our district's doing that letters too. Quite a few districts are right now. I think Go was very smart. He started with a bottom-up method, and he saw a lot of things there. I've never used his method, his model, but it's interesting. Okay, now let's look at LaBerge and Samuel's automatic information processing. It's on 199. And then Lauren will read the teachers to us on page 202. So take a minute and scan that model now, this new theory. One more minute for scanning. Now, this model makes a lot of sense to me. For example, it has 5 points. The visual memory, how important it is, the graphic is, phonological, episodic, somatic, and then attention. We say teachers say you're not paying attention. Well, there's an internal attention and an external attention. And I can see students doing that. I can also see on page 200 about the limited capacity and what we select. We can't learn everything or keep it all in our brain, so we select what we want to do. In the middle of 201, I really agree with this. Samuels in 1994 described the usefulness of the automatic information processing for diagnosis and remediation. Teachers, he wrote, have observed that some students can recognize words accurately, but not comprehend them with ease. Automaticity theory suggests that one possible reason for the student's problem is that the decoding requires so much attention, it interferes with comprehension. And to ask you to reread it and gives you some things to do there. It's another bottom-up model, isn't it? And so, Lauren, what did the teachers say about it? What's the antidote?
So it says, beginning and low ability readers need to use a lot of internal attention to decode words. This adversely affects comprehension. Eventually, children are able to decode automatically, and all internal attention becomes available for comprehension. This was most evident to me when I taught second grade. The students who struggle with decoding during reading were the same students who had comprehension difficulty. As their automaticity of word recognition increased, so did their understanding of what they read.
I really agree with that one. I think there's a lot of meat in that one, a lot of meat for you to use as you look at these students. I think that's a really good section. Any comment? People use that model? I like it better than goes, but anybody have a comment? Okay, then let's look at the interactive compensatory model. And we'll have Sarah read the teacher thing on page 205. So take a minute now and read this new one. One more minute, read about the bottom up, top down. They have a lot to do here. We've been talking about bottom up, top down, interactive. Okay, this is a theory that Rummelhart came up with. And he didn't like Goes, and he didn't like Labarge and Samuels, because he claimed that they were linear and bottom up, and he wanted to do a nonlinear interactive. And so he really believes that reading is unobservable. It's an underlying cognitive process that takes place. And he likes this model. And on page 204, it talks a lot about bottom up, top down. We need multiple sources. Some of you have been asking me for a good definition of bottom up, and it's on page 204 at the top. By definition, bottom up models present reading as progressing from the processing of lower levels, such as letter identification, to the processing of higher levels of information, such as construction of meaning. And then it talks about top down. So if you had any questions, we did that at the first of the class, and that's why I did it in class 1, knowing that we'd review it again as we ended. Because bottom up, top down, and interactive are very, very much a part of the work you do. So now, Sarah, read us the teacher's anecdote, please, how she handled this on 205.
Okay. Rummelhart stated that the reading process is neither bottom up nor top down, but interactive. His interactive model shows 4 processors converging simultaneously on data to create the most probable word interpretation with syntactic, semantic, orthographic, and lexical knowledge working together. Rummelhart believed that models could not be linear because, in reality, during reading, there are instances in which lower order processing affects higher order processing, just as there are instances in which higher order processing affects lower order processing. I teach my kids that there are many ways to identify a word: sight, decoding, word families, and context clues. When I teach my kids to identify a word using sight, decoding, and word family strategies, I am teaching them to use bottom-up approaches. However, when I teach my kids to use context clues, I am teaching them to use a top-down approach. The interactive model suggests that when students are actually reading both bottom-up and top-down processes will help the kids identify words.
Thank you. Would you mind going ahead and read the next one too, the teacher's anecdote right there?
Sure.
Oh, thank you.
In 1980, Stanovich added to Rummelhart's interactive model, creating the interactive compensatory model. He believed that not only do the processors interact, but that when one processor is weak, the other processors will compensate. One way that this model is apparent in the classroom is during a closed exercise. Can the students use the clues surrounding a blank in order to fill it in? Can they make up for the lack of the graphic information available for input? When they are able to do so, it proves that Stanovich's theory is correct. When information for one processor is inadequate, in this example, graphic information is missing, another processor, in this example, the syntactic processor, is able to compensate. The result is that the student is able to figure out the missing word even though there is no graphic information present at all.
Now that would be extremely helpful if we could do that with every one of our students and see where their strengths are, see where their weaknesses are. I think that is a very useful, practical model. We need to study that and see what he did, and I think really use that one. That's a really good one, I think. Okay, next one, the phonological core variable difference model. So look at that one, please, and then Amy, please read 208 about the teacher's anecdote. Take a couple of minutes, this is only a couple of pages, and see about this new theory. You've been asking about dyslexia, and that's going to talk about that. One more minute to peruse. The reason we're spending so much time on this one chapter is that these are the theories that are now being used in the textbooks you buy. These are the newest theories. Some of them have been proved. Some of them are still a work in process. They're affecting the material you're being asked to teach. Dyslexia is not an IQ. I am a psychological evaluator for special ed, and they used to look at IQ and say, oh, that's dyslexia. It says right there, they are false. That's false. Discrepancy is not an accurate way. It also talks about motivational issues. When children are less successful with early reading, they're less likely to want to read. It talks about how important it is that we get them early. The Matthew effect, it fans out. They have one area that they're slow in or having trouble and difficulties, and it fans out and it affects a lot of things. We need early identification and treatment of children with phonemic awareness. This is a really important chapter for parents. We need to have those young parents. I taught young mothers for a while, and I told you they knew more about the workings of their truck or their car or their makeup than how to teach this baby they were going to have the importance of time and reading. And you see the 5 things on TV. You need to love, walk, talk, read, math, count. Simple things, but we need to do this with the young, the really young. And so now, Amy, would you read the teacher's anecdote? Amy, your mic must not be on. Amy? Are we missing Amy? Suzanne, would you mind reading that for us? Do you have it, Suzanne, on page 208?
I do.
Thank you.
And hopefully my dogs won't bark.
That's okay.
Reading recovery is used in the first grade to help struggling readers process to at least the middle achievement level of their class. I break the reading process down into steps that are easier for these struggling students to understand. I can see if we have any dyslexic students so that our instructors can address their problem. When the students read and write, I encourage them to say the words slowly to try to hear each sound and put them together to make words. I use sound boxes in writing to help them visualize each individual sound in a word that may be troubling them. I think the reading recovery program in our school counteracts Matthew effects. The students receive the same 90-minute reading block as their peers in their classroom, and then receive an additional 30 minutes working with me. The first 10 days of the program, I work with what the students know and allow them to read as many books as possible. Yes, their first books are easy to read because they need to build their confidence, but then they are exposed to many different writing styles and vocabulary. During the lessons, I always try to keep their reading at an instructional level. The children are learning to build their confidence in reading, as well as learning strategies to help them read more difficult texts. It seems like it might be easier in reading recovery to make sure struggling readers are appropriately challenged because we're working with them one-on-one. Hopefully the classroom teachers can take a step back and recognize how to challenge each individual student in their classes, regardless of his or her reading abilities.
Has anyone else out there but me been trained in this reading recovery? It's a tremendous program. I had to go to New York for 5 weeks and it is intensive, and it works, but it's really intensive, but it works one-on-one. So it's extremely expensive. I'm the one trained person in the district, have to work with a child one-on-one, and teachers don't have that luxury. You have a group, you have a whole classroom, you have 21 or 15 or whatever you have students. But Reading Recovery is an excellent program. Has anybody had any experience with it? Amy, are you there? Amy McIntosh, I know you answered the roll. Are you having trouble with your mic, Amy? Don't know. Okay, let's look at the parallel distributed processing model, and then Cheyenne will tell us what the teacher thinks about it on 213. This is a longer one, so kind of just glance over it, and then she'll tell us what the teacher thought about it. This is a hard section, isn't it? There's big words. You have to know, even teachers have to know what all this means. This is complicated. This is deep stuff. I really like the summary on page 212. In summary, according to the parallel distributed processing model, successful reading is dependent on a reader's ability in 4 areas: automatic letter recognition, accurate phonemic processing, strong vocabulary knowledge, and the ability to construct meaningful messages. That's the secret. How do we do it? That's the crux of it. If they could do that, wowie, there wouldn't be anything they couldn't read. But how hard that is. That section has a lot of higher level thinking in terms and things we're not even familiar with. So Cheyenne, read what the teacher thought about it, please, on 213.
When my students read rapidly and accurately, I know they are using their orthographic processor to do so. When my high reading students come across a word that is extremely difficult, I find that most of the time they will get the word right. I know now it is because these children are activating likely letter patterns and suppressing unlikely ones. In contrast, my slower readers often incorrectly read an unfamiliar word. I feel this may be because their letter recognition is not fast enough, and as a result, their brains are not clustering common letter patterns. I also can infer that the students are using their context processors when they read. When we review stories, I ask the children which words were difficult for them and how they figured them out. Most of the time, I find that they came up with the meaning due to the message in the sentence or paragraph. I am delighted to see that they are using their context processors to help them identify words and figure out word meanings.
If we could do that with this one chapter, we'd have everybody in the class would be successful readers. There's a lot here. It's very deep, and I'm not sure we even understand it, or do we need more training? This has some wonderful ideas. Let's try the dual route cascaded model. And Suzanne will tell us, again, Suzanne, please, on 215 what the teacher said. So this is a short one. Look at it, the dual route. I love these terms. I would be willing to place a bet that if I asked every one of you teachers to write what that said on those 2 pages in very simple terms and how to do it, we'd have a trouble because it's so hard to read. This path is based on a system with the principles of connectedness. Connection are weighted according to the frequency of pairings governing their relationships. It's also where the computer architect conceptualizes and woo! Those are big words for everybody. It's a good theory. And let's have Suzanne read what the teacher did with it on page 215, please.
Okay. I can tell which branch of the dual route cascaded model a student is using when she answers comprehension questions after orally reading a new story or passage. If an on-level reader can decode a passage with basic grade-level vocabulary words both quickly and accurately, I know she has used the lexical route. Use of the lexical route is further proven when the student reads with fluency and does not need to sound out a word. I also know that a student is employing her lexical route if she correctly answers comprehension questions about the full text or individual word meaning without having to refer back to the passage. In contrast, this is all my students, a student employs different reading behaviors when she uses the letter to sound route. When a student quickly mumbles or cascades over an unfamiliar word and cannot explain the meaning of the sentence or passage, I know that she's used the letter to sound route. Upon observing this type of behavior, I know as a teacher that I need to reread the sentence with my student and explain a word's meaning so that she can fully process the information.
Yep, that student, Michelle Hinckley in the 3rd grade, understood it, didn't she? And she knew what to do about those students. If we understand what all that talked about, we could really help a lot of these students. Okay, we're just about through. Hang in there, people. I know you're tired and it's been a long day. This is why we're doing it, this whole chapter, because This is critical. And I know some of you maybe hadn't had time to even read it or briefly glance over it, because I know you lead a full life. You're busy every day. But this is really critical, because this is what the publishers are putting in the books you're using, on the models and the programs you're using. Let's look at the double deficit. So Laura, I don't know if Laura got on or not. I'll see if she did. She'll tell us about the teacher on page 216. So it's just one page. Look over the double deficit. See what you think of this one. Laura, are you there? Did you get to hook on, Laura? If not, I'll read it to her. We'll see if Laura's there or not. Go ahead and read the double deficit. Or Trish, would you read us the teacher's anecdote on 216? Is that okay, Trish?
Yeah, I can do that.
Thank you. Because I think Laura can't hook on. She was ill today, and maybe she's too ill to be on class.
Are you ready now, or do you want to give him a minute?
Just give him another minute to look it over, please. Okay, Trish, please read what the teacher did about it.
Okay, knowing about the continuing debate on the rapid autonomized naming test, RAN, and phonemic awareness, PA, has produced a number of changes in my interactions with my students, their parents, and their classroom teachers. First, I used RAN scores to help me determine which children are most at risk for difficulty learning to read in first grade. Second, I have discussed the significance of both the RAN and the phonemic awareness scores with kindergarten teachers. They, in turn, have become better at identifying which children have poor RAN and/or PA scores, which have other issues. Third, after I have discussed the scores with parents, they have become more actively involved in providing reading support for their children. They are less likely to dismiss the child's difficulties as something the child will grow out of by the third grade. Fourth, both parents and first grade teachers are less likely to say that the child doesn't know phonics and more likely to understand the child's having great difficulty saying what she does know. Fifth, sometimes the child can appreciate what he knows, what he is doing when he reads. He may be slow now, but will get faster with time and effort. This self-awareness produces a much better attitude than the two common ones of the discouragement and defeat. Six, I scour the reading research literature of the articles on RAN and better ways to teach my students. My knowledge of the program has led to my ownership of the problem. I keep looking for ways to provide my students with the best support available.
Isn't that nice? She's working with the children, working with the parents. Parents don't know some of this too. And some of our new teachers don't know this. And some of the older teachers, maybe this is new to them. This is a community working together to help students, and that is wonderful. Okay, we're just about through. Look at neuroscience and education. And then, Andy, please tell us about page 219, what the teacher did about it. This is our last one. Neuroscience and education. One more minute to peruse it. I'm willing to admit that after my many years of teaching, and I'm on 3 brain research article classes, a lot of this is, not familiar to me. You say over my head, or I don't understand it. I mean, I read it and I understand what it says. I understand the words. I don't know a lot about MRIs and all this stuff. The only thing I really like is on the top of 219, it says, although neuroscience currently has few classroom applications, they still maintain it'll be an important part of the future. And I think it will be too. I think it really will be. She predicts it'll be used increasingly in the early diagnosis of children with special education needs and in the study of the effects of varying interventions on learners of ages and ability. I think this is where we're headed. We'll know more and more about the brain and how to help these children. I don't know a lot about the brain right now. I know quite a bit, but I don't know enough I couldn't put this all in good words for you, and you could probably explain it better than I can. So this is very complicated. But Andy, what did the teacher do about it on 219?
I recently taught a 3rd grade student who was at the pre-primer reading level. Classified with a learning disability in reading, she had trouble with basic rhyming tasks, could not identify short vowel sounds, and had trouble representing sounds with the correct letters. As the majority of her classmates were at or above grade level in reading when they entered my classroom, it was difficult for me to understand or to determine why she had such discrepancy in her reading ability. I now realize that she probably had impairments in the occipital, temporal, and parietal areas of her brain where print processing occurs. She has had intense remedial reading instruction for 3 years. It would be interesting to learn if a post-remediation neuroimage would display any improvement in the print processing areas of her brain.
Wouldn't that be something we could just take a picture of their brain and this area is working and that area isn't? I don't know what it'll come to someday. The future is amazing. Okay, we're going to take a break because we've been sitting for quite a while. And while we're taking a break, everybody kind of just look over the classroom applications. And Ashley R., Ashley H., Teresa, Corinne, Katie, and Tammy, and Nicole, see if you can pick out one of these that may or may not, apply to your classroom, and tell us about it if you can. So let's take a 10-minute break, come back, we'll look at the classroom applications, and then we'll start our wonderful presentations about literacy, how it's changed. Take a 10-minute break, move around, get a drink.
Hey, Louise, I'm here too. I've been here for about a half an hour. It's Brindy.
Oh, good. Oh, good. We're taking time to look at this chapter because this affects what we do in our classrooms. This is important
Awesome.
stuff.
Perfect.
Okay.
Hey,
bye-bye.
Louise, it's
10 minutes.
Stacy. I've been here for a while too.
Thank you. I'll mark you down.
Thank you.
Have a break now. Laura, did you ever hook on Laura? No. Okay. Ashley Rex, did you get there from your meeting? Not yet. Okay. Stacy, did your meeting go okay with your parent? Your mic's not on.
Oh, sorry. Yes, it actually did. He kind of just had a blow up today, and it's fall break, so I didn't expect anybody wanted to meet with me. And suddenly she came in saying, I don't know why he acts that way, and then told me his anger management plan. So apparently she did know.
Apparently she had a clue, yeah.
That's right. Side note, I just texted Amy McIntosh, and Amy told me to remind you that she's traveling today, so she's in and out of class.
Oh, thank you, thank you. I knew there was something I was trying to remember. Thank you.
No worries, but when my husband comes in, we're not done yet. Like I said, I'll be listening to this in my car as we're driving up north beating the snowstorm. So
Yeah, yeah. And we're also we're gonna do our reports and go home. They'd like us out of here by 7:30 again, if possible, because they're still working on my building.
Yeah, no worries at all. Hey, thank you.
Thank you. Jesse, are you there? Jesse, are you taking a break? Are you there? Must be taking a break. Jesse, are you back from your break? Mr. Jesse? Nope, not yet. Calling for Jesse. Are you back yet? Jesse, you back? Not yet. There, Jesse? Mr. Jesse, I'm calling you.
Yeah, sorry, I'm technical difficulty.
I want to get your opinion. I know you're a first year or second year teacher. Did all that chapter go over your head? Was it hard? Did you have that stuff in college? Was that familiar to you? What did you think of that chapter? Jesse, your mic's not on. Mr. Jesse, I lost you. Brindy, we'll see you next week, okay? Brindy?
Yes, you'll see me next week for sure.
All right. Yep. Okay. Jesse, did I lose you? I want to get his opinion of what he thought of that chapter. He's a first-year teacher. And I wondered if he'd had that stuff in college, whether that was really hard. Mr. Jesse, we lost you. Oh, wait. I have a suggestion. Let's see what you think about this. It is 6 o'clock. They would really like us out of here by 7:30 if we possibly could. How about we say thank you, Ashley, Teresa, Corinne, Katie, Tammy, and Nicole. Thank you for finding something in classroom applications, and go on to our reports. Is that okay with you, ladies? Anybody want to give a report?
I am totally good with that.
Everybody can read that and see this is where our future is going. This is a crucial chapter. Also, as I told you, chapter 6 is a crucial chapter because of the social learning. Look at the new book that just came out from EL. This is today from AACD, Association of Curriculum and Development. It's called Compassionate Discipline. And it is all about loving the child, making sure they're compassionate, that when they're disciplined, there's a reason for it. Even yourself, how to discipline yourself by practicing good emotional intelligence. We are really looking at brain research and how it affects us and how important our emotions are. And it talks about children, relationship discipline, how to help the children feel successful in our classrooms. And I think the emotional and brain research is really going to be affecting our communities and our school community. Radically inclusive discipline. The whole book is about making everyone feel they are a part of the learning process and being compassionate and remembering the social. Okay, well, we'll start with our wonderful interviews. If we can keep it down to 3 minutes or so, we'll be out of here maybe by 7. There's your incentive. Just say what you really want to say, tell us your highlights, and we'll go home. So Katie, would you like to start first, please?
I would love to, and I'm sorry, I still cannot get my camera working. I have gone through all sorts of troubleshooting and still can't get it to
I'll sit here
work.
and draw a picture of how pretty you are while you do it.
Well, thank you. I'm glad for that. It will probably be a much better picture than what you would have had. I interviewed my neighbor whose name was Sharon Willie. She's 87 years old. I was trying to find the oldest person I knew to ask them about reading. She has lived most of her life in the town that we live in Hiram. She said she's seen a lot of changes. It used to be that everybody in Hiram knew each other. They would have, she said, when they finally did get a telephone, everybody shared the telephone. There were 3 people on the line. And she said there was one lady that would always listen in on her conversations. To kind of put it in perspective, she said that when her parents first purchased the house that they bought in, it was $800. Can't even imagine buying a house for $800. She said it did require a lot of work, and she didn't have indoor bathroom or plumbing until she was about 10 years old. She said that her mom would heat up a bag of rocks and that would keep her warm at night. Her parents never did own a car, and to get anywhere they would go on the train, which I didn't realize that the train ran like that in Hiram even way back then. And she said even on Saturday nights, the whole town would get together at Elite Hall, which is still standing, and they would have a dance that everybody would go to. When I asked her about how she learned how to read, she said that it was basically her mother. Her mother was a good example to her and was always reading. Her dad was a sheep herder and would work up the canyon. And so every summer, from the day school let out until it started up again in the fall, her and her mother, and she was an only child, her and her mother would go up the canyon and spend the entire summer. And she was always so sad because she loved being with her friends. But her mom, to make it better, would take her to the bookstore and let her choose whatever book she wanted. And her mom would read to her, and she would try and read. And if there were any words that she didn't know, she would ask her mom, and her mom would help her. Being an only child and having dad gone a lot of the times, her mom spent a lot of time with her in the reading, and she said that made all the difference in the world. She said that her mother's example of reading and the time that her mother spent with her was what encouraged her to do well in school and to read. She said she didn't know how children learned how to read because she didn't have any education, like teaching background. But she said it was through her mom's help and pretty pictures that made her curious that she not only learned to read, but learned to love reading.
Oh, excellent. If parents realize how important their influence is, we need to have workshops at the school to teach the parents. Thank you. That was a good report and it was short, and thank you very much. Amy, would you like to be next? Oh, Amy's traveling. Bonnie, would you like to be next? Bonnie, did you hear me?
Yeah, there. Just trying to get my microphone on.
Oh, okay. I just want to be sure you heard me.
Yep. So I interviewed my mother, who is also in her 80s. She's 86. She was born in 1935 post-Depression, the oldest of 13 children. She raised 7 children of her own and substituted and taught for a few years in elementary. Because her family was growing up after the Depression, that obviously impacted them a lot. It was very hard for her father to get work. He did work hard and was a steady worker when he did have work. And as a large family, they just all pitched in together to work to help things work out. She commented on witnessing 2 major depressions since then that she recalled in the 90s and then again in 2008. And I'm pretty sure some of us remember those. And commenting that the economy does seem to roll in cycles. She said the television was new in her teens and has watched the steady growth in technology since then, but she didn't comment a whole lot on technology. Socially, she's a lot of what she commented on was watching how families have gone to large, what we would look at as, happy, healthy families to being impacted by abortions, loss of religion in the family, socialism, looking for whatever the government can give us for free, the declining value of the dollar, things like that, children being out of the home for their education at an early age, even, young children, all of those things impacting family life. I asked her how she would describe literacy, and she said it's the ability and habit of reading, occupying your mind with worthwhile material, and the choice of what you do with that. To know the language well enough to understand what you read, and then selecting good, thought-provoking things and doing it regularly, and that thought pattern of keeping on learning to encourage that. What really impacted her learning a lot was her mother. She mentioned it several times. Her mother was an avid reader. She would read to her children. She would tell them stories that she had read almost as clearly as if you'd read the book. She could recite a movie from beginning to end in great detail. So very strong mental atmosphere in the home. Her mother was strong on prayer and meditation and habit of thought, and said that really impacted their literacy in the home. And the intervals of rest were important too, having regular schedules, not just having things haphazard. A lot of these tie into some of the theories that we've discussed. She had a respect for the English language, using proper language, discouraging slang, keeping your language clean and thought-provoking, both in what you say and what you read. Respect for people, language, life in general, just really impacted her. She did begin to read in kindergarten with sight words. And learn to love books. She loved classes that required active thinking, keeping your mind active. It also emphasized the need for physical activity in addition to that. More of her memories on learning to read was in teaching me and my older brother to read, where he was in 4th grade and still couldn't read. And she didn't want that to happen to me. And so she taught me to read before I went to school. So she taught me at home. But with my brother, she said that he took what he was given and applied and didn't let it get him down. And he had a teacher in junior high that really helped him come up really quickly in grade level. And then finding his own interests in learning drove his determination to learn how to read as he got into ham radio in the Air Force. And so that concept really applies to hunger for knowledge, and that can apply to learning yourself and then helping others to learn as well. So her suggestions for helping to promote literacy skills when people are in the position of a teacher, whether it's a mother or a teacher in the classroom, to have plenty of good materials to choose from, encourage informative reading, not just for entertainment, giving them the opportunity to report what they learned, to tell a story that they've read, to tell it to someone else, so that they're interested in knowing what others are reading and sharing what they're reading, continuing to grow to learn in those ways. The kind of reading they're exposed to, especially at an early age, is very important. To make books available to them, help them be interested in books, passing on information, this is where she did get into technology, that she says, get away from the TV. It does your thinking for you, discourages thinking. She says, you've got to learn to think. So a good book in place of TV is a whole lot better. Yes, you can use TV for some downtime, some relaxation, but moderation. She says, think for yourself.
Very wise. Very
Okay,
wise.
so can I just add one more thing at the end? I know I'm going long, but this was really kind of the crux of hers. She says, treating people with love and kindness opens the door to learning. If the kids have to feel loved before they can learn, and the teacher can put things over with love, then she'll succeed. And if not, it doesn't matter how good a teacher she is, the child is going to have a harder time.
That's exactly what that book's about, this compassionate discipline. Sometimes they act up, but you're compassionate and show that they're still loved, that they didn't, do everything wrong completely. Thank you. You're lucky to have that mom. Nicole, why? Would you like to be next, please?
Yes, that is great. So I took it to my literacy ladies that have worked as aides in my literacy room for about 20 years, and I just wanted to see what changes had been made in the course of their time working as an aide. So her name is Patty Hansen. She's from Monroe, Utah, and she moved from there to Richfield and then to Cedar after college. She said that one of the biggest changes that she's seen in literacy is as a literacy aide, is it went from individual tutoring, where she would go into the classrooms just one-on-one with her little basket, and now we're into small groups where she's got groups of 3, 4, or 5 times a day. So she also said one of the other changes that she's seen in education is the behavior in the students. That they used to be a lot more polite, and now there's a lot more extreme behaviors that she's having to deal with, even in a small group setting. And then also the politics behind education. That's one thing that was a big concern to her, that she just feels like there's more political interest or political motivation in the schools instead of just educating. So anyway, that's a short and brief summary.
And she's right. Yep, the behavior is really too bad. I don't know why. I wish I knew. Thank you. Yeah. Lori, would you like to be next?
Yes. Okay. So I interviewed my mom, and she's in her late 70s now, and she taught 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 6th grades for about 25 years. And she spent the majority of her years teaching 6th grade here in Washington County. My mom grew up in a small rural farming town in Utah when she was in grade school. She said life was much simpler back then, and most of the people in her town were at about the same economic level. She said she learned to read at school. She remembers Dick and Jane books, Golden books when she was growing up. She remembers high, medium, and low groups. She said her teachers did a lot of repetition, the drill and kill method. She says she doesn't remember getting taught phonics in school. Her parents never read to her, nor did she have any children's books in her house during her grade school years. And that made me feel so sad, because my mom was just the opposite of that for us kids when we were growing up. She always made sure we had a lot of books, and we read a lot in our house growing up. So I asked her then, what did she read besides, just reading at school? And she said comic books were a big thing growing up. She said you could buy them for a few cents, read them, and then she'd get together with her friends and her cousins and read them and then trade them with each other. Their town didn't have a library, and then her grade school didn't have a central library, so she didn't really get a library until she moved to the big city of Reno, Nevada, when she was in junior high school. And her junior high and high schools both had central libraries, and I think that's where she said she started loving to read books. She also said it was a huge cultural shock when she moved there from her small little Utah town. Then after graduating BYU, she started teaching in the late 1960s in a small Utah town where she taught a 3rd, 4th grade split class for a couple of years. And she said they had old Basil readers and spelling books. And she remembers reading, like every year at Christmas time, she'd read A Christmas Carol. And she remembers the students, like when she was done reading, they'd clap at the end after reading A Christmas Carol. Anyway, she stayed at home mama for quite a while and didn't go back to teaching again until the early 80s, and here in St. George, she was teaching 6th grade, and that was at the height of whole language. And when she moved to her classroom here in St. George, she remembers feeling really frustrated because she literally had nothing in her room but the students' desks and chairs. She even had to bring her own table and chair from home for a while before they could get her a teacher desk and chair. But she had like nothing. Like she had no basils, no books, no nothing. And so, like I said earlier, when we were growing up, my mom made sure to have a lot of children's books in our house. I remember my mom ordering an embarrassing number of books from the scholastic book orders from school for us. It was weird. I always have like these ginormous books to take home, and it'd be a little embarrassing at the time. I mean, I'm glad now, but at the time I remember that was kind of embarrassing. But she'd take us to the library every summer. We would get gifts in our Christmas stockings and as birthday gifts each year. My mom taught us that books are something to be treasured, so we had a lot of children's books in our house. So because her 6th grade classroom had literally nothing in it for her to teach with, she packed up our books and took them to school. And she started buying a whole bunch of trade books and sets of books for her classroom library. And she said she wanted to make sure she read every single book to make sure it was a quality book before she put it in her classroom library.
That's amazing.
Yeah. And she remembered, I remember putting clear contact paper on every paperback book to help them last longer. I remember this. We did hours and hours of that. And kind of an interesting story, when my mom retired almost 20 years ago, she gave away most of her books and sets of books to the teachers at her school. And so last year, a teacher here at my school that I teach at had moved down from 6th grade and down to 3rd grade, and she was giving away many of her children's books to, the older grade children's books to the teachers here at my school. And when I was browsing through her books, I noticed a lot of the books that had that clear contact paper on them, and when I looked closer, I saw my mom's name written on those books. And I had to take a picture of them and send it to my mom, and we had a good laugh over that. And she said to me, she goes, "See, I told you that contact paper makes them last a long
It
time."
makes it last forever. That's amazing.
Yeah. So
thank you.
And then, do you want me to keep going, or do you want me to?
Well, it's up to you, but we'd like to go so we can get home early, but it's up to you.
Okay, there's just a little bit longer. My mom, she was a master at getting her students to read. Her students' parents were always saying to her how their child had never wanted to read before that year, and that they had never read so much as they did that year in her class. And I've met several people here in St. George that had my mom as their teacher, and they said that my mom was the one who had got them into reading. My mom thought writing was important. She was an author of 2 books for Deseret Book, and she'd always have her students do a lot of writing each. She did poetry units, readers theater, classroom plays. I remember she would walk her 6th grade students down to my school where I taught 2nd grade, and she'd have her students partner read with my students. And I remember my students thought that was so neat to have the big 6th grade students come to our school to partner read with them. She'd give out books to her students as their Christmas gifts every year, and then she'd let them pick their favorite book from her own classroom library to take with them on their last day of class. And
wow.
Yeah, for several years, my mom worked in the evenings too, a couple nights a week at Deseret Book after teaching. And her manager said she had never seen someone be able to sell so many children's books before. And then my dad always said he always tried to talk her into selling real estate because she could make a lot of money at that. But she said her
Sell
passion,
anything.
yes, her passion was teaching. She loved her students and wanted to make a difference in their lives. Her goal in reading was to get the students to know they could learn anything from books and to love reading so that they would read and learn their whole lives.
Oh, that's amazing. You're so lucky. That's amazing. Thank you.
Yes, she was a wonderful teacher, and she's a great mama.
Trish, would you like to be next?
Sure, I'll go next. I interviewed my father for this paper. He is 86 years old, and he's a retired doctor of toxicology research, and he spent his entire career studying toxins and poisons and how they interact and cancer research and things like that. His literacy is kind of on the opposite end. He's had to be published. He had to get his research out there, so people would, know about the studies that they were doing. So he was more of in professional journals and things like that. He had to make sure that he got his studies out there. But he was a son of 2 educators, and he talks about his early days of learning to read. He said that they would always have to read every night before they went to bed. There were 7 kids, and they all had to read to each other, and the parents read to them. And he continued that tradition with us. I know by heart the Dr. Seuss books because he read to us all the time. But he always had the importance of reading on us from a very young age. He talks about the transitions in his lifetime that he's seen. That when he graduated from high school, not many of his friends went on to college, but now college education is kind of important. Something beyond high school is important, and literacy has a lot to do with that. The people that struggle in classes are usually not inclined to go on a college track, but more of a tech program. And he talked about technology has transformed the world since his career and since he's retired. Where he used to have to be published in professional journals, everything now is online. And he's kind of frustrated with that because he feels like there's a lot of research out there that isn't necessarily true, that just people want to get their things out there quicker. His love of reading, he is an avid reader. He for Christmas every year, we know to get him Clive Cussler books and things like that keep him busy for a long time, because he is still, that's the way he says he keeps his mind busy, and he will always be in his chair with a book to read. And
Oh, what a good influence. Wow.
That's good. That's my dad. Oh,
Thank you.
With interesting interview with him.
Yep, that's so nice to interview your parents and see how things have changed. Corinne, would you like to be next? Corinne?
Sure, yes, I could do that.
Okay.
I interviewed my Aunt Joyce. She taught in Salt Lake City School District for 45 years. In fact, she taught for the entire life of her school. She was there the first day it opened and the last day day before they wrecked it and built a new one. And she had so much stuff in her classroom. She was totally overwhelmed, and she went to her principal and said, "I don't know what to do with all this stuff. Can you help me figure it out?" And he said, "Just leave it there. We'll just have the trucks take care of it." Anyway, so I mostly talked to her about how education changed in her classroom. She taught second grade for 43 of those years, and she kept saying how education is cyclical. The old becomes new and the new becomes old. And if something is worth keeping, you'll see it come back. And she talked about the importance of direct instruction, and she talked about the importance of, she said, really, the only thing that ever works is you just have to consider the individual child and make notes of that and figure out how to teach that individual.
That's wisdom right there. That's wisdom. Write that down. Yeah.
Yeah. In fact, I have something in my paper. I'm going to look at it really quick. I thought it was worth quoting. She said, "There's no best way. We don't need to do things all or nothing with fidelity. There may be one best way for an individual child, but not for a school or a class or even a little reading group." So she just said, people go too far with things. She said people get crazy about one trend or another, and and they think that they have to go all or nothing, and that's not the case. You just have to do it for the child. And she suggested just keeping little notes in a notebook. That's kind of old school, but she said that worked the best for her. And we went through kind of the decades that she taught, and she said the big thing in the 2000s has been cooperative learning, computer programs, and a big emphasis on reading fluency. And she is not a huge fan of any of them.
Amen. Boy, I like this lady. I have a notebook on all my kids too. And some of them are grandparents by now, and it's really funny. Thank you. That was amazing. I like that lady. Ashley, would you like to be next?
She would like you too.
Ashley? Ashley R? Did we lose her, Ashley? Let's go to Tony and see if we can find Ashley. Oh, no, that's Trish. Tony, are you there?
I'm here.
Go ahead then, Tony.
All right. I interviewed our reading specialist for this assignment. She's been working for the school for 28 years. She's taught kindergarten, first, second, fourth, fifth, and sixth. So she's in our elementary, it's kindergarten through sixth. So she's only missed third grade. She's been the reading specialist for 7 years. I asked her about some of the social transformation that she has seen over her years at the school. And she said one of the things that she has seen that has changed is back then it used to kind of be, suck it up, you're fine, you know, whatever. It doesn't matter whatever is going on at home, just suck it up and do your best at school. And she said we've seen a lot of changes in our schools, all these great things that help kids cope with their hard things that they face. And so she said that's been awesome. She said, I haven't really thought about this, but anyway, I was talking to it with Andy about it today at recess, and she said another thing that she feels has changed is back in the day, you maybe had one or two parents that were kind of hard parents, but she says now she feels like there are so many more helicopter parents that teachers deal with, and it makes it harder for the teachers. The technological changes have come so far in technology for our classrooms and our individual students. She remembers about 12 years ago when one of the old superintendents said that his goal was to have a device for each student. And she just remembers thinking, that's the craziest thing she's ever heard. Like, there's no way that's going to happen. Well, sure enough, that's what it is now.
That's amazing. Yeah.
Yeah. One thing that she said that has never changed in terms of what is valued is no matter what, all teachers want to see their students succeed, and we want them to love to read. She said the thing that she has seen that has changed the most in what that we're not just reading from a book to become better readers. We're teaching students about phonemic awareness, phonics, vocabulary, fluency, accuracy, vocabulary writing, you know, on and on. They need all of that. It's not just sit at this book and read. And she said that's what it used to be. She also mentioned that kindergartners have lost the free play and the child development because we spend our time teaching them to know the basics of reading, sounds, and letters. She had mentioned that there was a teacher that taught first grade for about 7 years, and then they went down to kindergarten. And she said over that change, she started to teach the kindergartners what she was teaching in first grade because the expectation is so high when they first start school in kindergarten. She believes that the best way to gain literacy skills is to know that everything is connected. Your handwriting, your spelling, phonemic awareness, like I just listed everything before. And with all of these things, then our students can gain the greatest literacy skills.
Oh, that's wisdom. Write that on a poster, like that one behind you. Yeah, write it on a poster. That's wisdom. Thank you. Sarah, would you like to be next?
Sure. I interviewed my mom, and my dad was sitting right there, so he kept chiming in and helping out. So, it was kind of interesting because he went to a very rural school, which is in the North Summit district where I'm from, and my mom went to Midvale and Hillcrest. so she was more in the city, and it's kind of fun to hear the difference between the things that they had growing up. So my mom's elementary was kindergarten to 6th grade, and then junior high was 7th and 8th grade, and then high school was 9th through 12th. Where my dad had elementary school was K to 6, and then high school was 7 to 12. And he only had about 156 kids in the high school with him. So really tiny place, but they both mentioned that a big thing growing up for them, and they're in their 70s, was that they got mostly lectures all day. They weren't expected to participate at all in their learning. They were just,
Exactly. I understand that one.
yeah, they were just going to hear it. My dad remembers getting paddled. He had to hold his ankles and get paddled. And my mom remembers getting locked in a closet for laughing at her French teacher's accent. So some corporal punishment in there as well that you wouldn't see. But my mom ended up being a French teacher, French and art, for 35 years. And so she started taking French in the 5th grade. And that's kind of her, she's like, I don't really remember learning to read, but I do remember learning to read in French. So, but she learned to take French in the 5th grade on TV. Her teacher was on TV. And I think it was more of a recording type of situation. She didn't say, but I don't think that there was any live interactive back then. So, but she did, she had like a monitor in the classroom, and they watched the TV program to learn French. So I thought that was an interesting use of technology, because in the 5th grade would have been very early 60s or late 50s. So that would have been an interesting use of the TV in the school. She remembers her parents put a big emphasis on school. Every kid, they had 6 kids, and every kid had a desk with a lamp on it in their room, so they had a space to do homework. And then as they sat down to dinner each night, my grandpa, her dad, would go around the table, and each kid had to tell something good that they learned or something good that happened in school that day. So her older sister loved English and ended up being an English teacher. But she would always tell a poem that she wrote, or a book that she read, and her other kids, the other kids would always do, well, I can't do this math problem, and my mom would teach them something in French. And then on the weekends, they would walk to the library, and my mom thought that was probably a really big influence on her literacy, because that was like their weekly shot at independence. They could go alone, just the kids would go. They'd stop at the drugstore on the way home and get a treat. And then memory. Yeah, my Aunt Susan, who is my mom's older sister, she was always recommending books. So all my mom's favorite series, the Nancy Drew and Black Beauty and Hardy Boys, and she goes, and there was a series on horses, but she couldn't remember what it was. But those came as recommendations from her older sister. And so my mom still always reads mystery books, probably from those Nancy Drew days. And she thought that she was really lucky. Her mom and dad both had master's degrees. And so they really did place a lot of emphasis on learning and literacy. My grandpa always had a magazine or a book that he was reading.
Wow. Example. Wow.
Yeah, even after I was born.
I love reading around the table. Boy, that's amazing. Yeah.
And then the last thing, there's a lot more, but my mom said that the best way to gain literacy skills was to read more, speak more, and write more. So she thought that it's very important to learn to write while learning to read.
Yep. It's all joined together. Yep. Yep. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Teresa, would you like to be next? Teresa? Did we lose Teresa?
I'm here. Sorry, I couldn't figure out.
There you are. There you are.
So I interviewed my daughter's 1st grade teacher. She's taught for 29 years at Manti Elementary. And
when she first started to learn how to read when she was in elementary school, she started out with program readers. And then when she started teaching, they were using the whole language reading approach. Then they switched to phonemic awareness and phonics. And she feels like kids could learn to read naturally, but that parents don't teach nursery rhymes and that kind of thing anymore. So we have to do direct teaching. She talked about the recession of 2008. And she said that, I thought this was interesting, that they didn't get any raises for 7 to 8 years, which is pretty crazy. And that the cost of living still went up. Yeah, that's crazy. I'm like, that's a long time to go without a raise. And she said that parents seem different today because they expect the teachers to do more parenting. That kind of the role of the teacher has become more involved. And that, like, with school lunch, like, they expect more free stuff. Like, if kids didn't have lunch back when she was in school, if they didn't have enough money for lunch, then their mom would make them a sack lunch instead of expecting free lunch. And then she talked about technology a lot, which was pretty interesting. She started out with a projector in her classroom, and she remembered watching a movie on a reel. I think it was Herbie, with the whole school. She said it was a big deal when they got calculators, and that they wanted all the kids to be able to use these calculators, even the first graders, just to become familiar with the buttons and the numbers and stuff. She said she remembered when her principal called her into, like, all the teachers into his office and said, this is the World Wide Web, and he was kind of showing them, and they were just like,
I remember that.
Yeah. She said she used a typewriter in the beginning, but it was super frustrating because if she made a mistake, it was a pain. Their first computers were little tiny Apple computers, and they had simple games on them. And right now the kids, they each have a one-to-one iPad, and they use iReady and Lexia. And she worries about screen time at school because they're always telling you to reduce kids' screen time, but at the same time, they're increasing the usage of it at school.
Amen.
And she said, yeah. She said she doesn't understand why a kid can focus on a screen, but that the same child can't focus on a teacher. She doesn't know what kind of brain, like what is their brain like that?
Yeah.
It doesn't seem right to her.
She's very wise, very wise. Thank you. Very wise. Okay, Laura's not here because Laura's ill. Courtney, would you like to be next?
Yes, I will. Let me find. Oh, I have it right here. Okay. So I interviewed my aunt. She's a retired teacher and she's 74 years old. So when she started teaching was about 50 years ago. And we're from a small town in Nevada. So she saw some similarities in what I'm doing now, but some things are different. She taught
Courtney, can I interrupt you 1 second?
Yes. I got worried you couldn't hear me.
Are you smaller than Grouse Creek? Do you know where Grouse Creek is on the Nevada border?
No.
Oh, well, there's a lady there, and she teaches kindergarten, first, second, third, and cooks the meals, and the husband teaches fifth, sixth, and sixth, and cleans the school and drives the bus. Are you smaller than that?
No. Okay, so I guess in
just
comparison to Nevada has a lot of really small rural towns, especially. So I'm from Elko, and that's where she teaches. So Elko's actually kind of big, but it's small compared to Salt Lake. But it's the biggest city in that county. So, but yeah. So, but she said the school. So I teach in a Title I in West Valley. And she taught at a similar school socioeconomically, so she saw some similarities with that as well. She said there was almost no technology when she was teaching. The only thing she could really think of was like they would read a book and sometimes they would watch the video after. So that's just totally different. And then she said she taught first through fourth. She did all of the different grades throughout her years. And she said when she was teaching first grade, they just didn't have the experiences. So she would like show them a picture, they'd read a book, and they had no background knowledge on that. So that was
so true.
interesting. Yeah. And that she had really large class sizes. And then I just kind of asked her about her instruction and how it's changed. And she said she normally did about 4 things every day. She read to the kids every day just for enjoyment. She just wanted them to hear a book read aloud and just enjoy it. And then she said that she did phonics and she did reading circles where they would practice the skill. And then she said that she made time every day for them to just read, to silent read their own books, their own choice. And she had to fight for that over the years to keep that in her schedule.
Yep.
So.
Sounds like a good program.
Yep.
Thank
And then I asked her just, you're good. I can be done.
Okay, Jesse?
Okay, can you hear me? I was having computer problems.
Yes, yes.
Okay, good. So when I was thinking about doing my interview, I decided to talk to my mom because she grew up in Southern California, moved to southeastern Utah. So she went from a really big city to a very small community. And so I wanted to get her take on what literacy was like. So in Orange County, where she grew up, it was really big. There was lots of people. Neighborhoods were really separated by class. So if you lived in a certain neighborhood, all the houses looked the same. People made about the same amount of money. And the schools were kind of that way too. So everyone kind of fit into the same socioeconomic class. And so they were all kind of on the same level. And that it was a big shock for her when she moved to southeastern Utah on a town that borders a Native American reservation. The community was small, and so it ranges. You have one house on the corner, and it's the richest guy in town, and he lives next to a really rundown trailer park or something. And so she said that was something she had to get used to, and she thinks that does play a role in education. She said teachers in the small communities were really overwhelmed because there was such a diverse range of literacy levels. Some kids had their parents never read them a book, and then some kids had been on programs for a long time to prepare them to read just based on what their families could provide. For her education, she said she was in the Dick and Jane book era. Everything was on flip charts, so you learn to connect words to images. And so when she started to teach us kids, I'm one of 8 that she raised. She said it was really hard for her because we were going through phonics and she had no idea what it was, and so it was confusing for her. And so she really struggled teaching her kids because we were learning it a different way than she learned. And she says it's good for her because she can just see a word and know how it's spelled and not have to worry about sounding it out. And so there are pros and cons to it. As far as technology goes, she was in the era of everyone was in typing classes on typewriters, which meant you had to really learn how to spell right because she didn't have spell check. And so I get bummed out with my spelling because I can just correct it, but you really have to try hard. She also said that like penmanship was a big deal, cursive. And so she kind of feels that there's been a lower value on literacy as time's gone by because we kind of get the easy way out with technology and we don't really focus on it. We're stuck in texting language, and so everything is in slang and we're not really learning proper English. And so there's kind of been, we have so many wonderful theories and so much technology that can help. And she said really the best thing to improve as we go forward is sometimes just getting back to the basics and reading and writing and talking.
I want to agree with her. Yep. Thank you. She's very wise. I don't know if it's good or not. It's easy to look things up, but. Thank you. Cheyenne, would you like to be next?
Yeah. So I interviewed my mom because she has been a teacher for 34 years. But as I was interviewing her, my dad chimed in his answers for like the early questions. And so I'm actually going to tell you about kind of what he said because I was so interested by it. So my dad came from a low income family and really, really struggled to learn to read. And so I asked him, you know, what kind of support he got at home. And he told me that his mom made a point of reading with him every day. She sat down with him every day after school, practiced reading. She read to him. He saw his parents reading all the time, so he was getting tons of support. And when he was in third grade, he was still struggling to learn to read. And my grandma told his teacher, the only thing he wants to read are joke books. And his teacher said, well, then let him read joke books.
You let him do it. He's reading.
Yep, that was exactly what I thought. And I thought I do that same thing with my students. So I loved hearing that. And he actually struggled to learn to read until he was in about 7th grade. And I asked him what the difference was. He told me that for him, it was competition. He wanted to be as good a reader as some of his friends were. And he was taught to read using whole language, which I was really fascinated to learn. So he has become a great reader. He's gone on to be a very successful businessman, but my dad still lacks some decoding skills. He told me that there are some things he cannot sound out because he doesn't know, you know, certain vowel teams or things like that. So I thought that was really, really interesting. And I asked him about writing as well. And he told me that in elementary school, all they ever did was copy sentences off the board. There was never learning how to sound out words to write them. There was never any creative writing. It wasn't until he got to middle school that his teacher encouraged them to write about basically whatever they wanted. Sometimes she would give a prompt and sometimes she would just let them choose. And that really sparked his love for writing. And now he's a great writer. So, yeah.
Yeah, and he had to chime in, huh? He had an opinion.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah, thank you. Suzanne?
Okay, mine is completely different. I was gonna email or I was gonna interview our coach that we had last year, but she took a different job and then she ended up being sick. So I kind of said, well, everybody's doing older generations, and I don't have a grandmother or a mother that was a teacher. So I think if I interviewed my dad, he would just say, I read. I don't know why you're asking me this. I read what I wanted to read and everything's great. I mean, he wouldn't understand the perspective. So I actually interviewed my 9th grade daughter.
Good, that's different. That's a different way.
I think we're all talking about technology, and I'm like, well, why shouldn't I interview who's actually living the change in technology? So I just kind of casually asked her some questions like, free time, when you have free time, why do you choose phone over a book? And she was like, well, the phone is a lot easier and it's a lot more engaging. So for all these, people that you guys have interviewed who have said, why are they choosing technology over? It's just the feedback loop is so much stronger, obviously, with phone than with sitting there reading a book. And their brains are wired to get that feedback loop so quickly. So I think it's hard for them to sit with a book and their thoughts and not have anything dinging right back to them constantly. So then I said, okay, why don't you choose to pick up the book? And she said, it's really hard to get into the book. And I can relate to that. And she said, there's just so many distractions. It's really hard getting into the first little bit of it. But once I am into it, then I really want to read it, but I need to be at least a quarter of the way into it to be excited about it. And I asked her how it was different from elementary school to now, entering high school. And she said, the content is much more diverse, more complex subject matters. The connection to real world she really likes. She's finding herself loving historical fiction and realistic fiction. But elementary, she could just breeze through a bunch of books, where now she might only be in a couple books a year in high school. She said there wasn't much emphasis on reading in elementary school, and now there's a lot more pressure. She does not like to read books that are forced on her by school or me. I'm constantly saying, please read, this book's good, please. She's like, as soon as somebody makes a suggestion to me, it sometimes even almost turns me off. So, and I have 2 kids that are like that, so I have to tread lightly. She said a lot of her friends do read for pleasure, but they don't necessarily talk about it, which I think is different than many of the generations we've talked about. I think they talked about what they read about, and now they really don't. She said many of her friends enjoy the dystopian novels, and she's more interested in historical fiction. She said, I asked if it was an escape from the teenage world, and she said, it depends. If it's forced, no, because she's constantly looking at either the time left or the pages that she has to read. So it's not necessarily for herself. She said, I asked her if her comprehension's better when it's a book that she chooses on her own. And she said yes, because she tends to dive into the characters and the plot more than when it's an assigned book. She's just thinking about the assignments. And let's see. She does like librarians recommending books, or sometimes teachers. I think it probably depends on the relationship with the teacher. She said, I asked how she sees herself as a future reader. And she said, I really want to read more and more complex books. I just need to fix how I get so distracted so easily. And I asked her, I asked her,
good points.
Yeah, and I just asked her if she thought reading was important for empathy and perspective, and she said yes. She mentioned a book that she just read, and she really was able to change her tune about seeing life differently. And yeah, that's pretty much it.
Thank you. That was very interesting to see a younger opinion. Huh? Yeah, the phone's so much faster to give them something back. Yeah. Ashley, would you like to be last?
Of course, yeah. So I was able to interview my grandpa. He's 81 years old, and he grew up in a small town in Idaho, and it was right after the war. They moved there, and they were so poor, and they lived in these houses for veterans because his dad was a veteran, and they had like 300 units there, but they had no school. So in 1st and 2nd grade, they bused all these kids 30 miles to another high school where they had an extra room. So for 1st and 2nd grade, he was taught in a little high school. And then in 3rd grade, they finally got a school. And he remembers learning to read through the Dick and Jane readers, and he remembers just loving school. He remembers penmanship, and he loved doing penmanship. And he also talked about because he was so poor that he would walk 30 minutes of school there and back. And he also said he loves reading. He is a huge history buff. So because there's like bias in all history books, he tries to get every history book on that subject and read them all to get all the different biases and perspectives. And what else? And he says that he thinks the value of literacy has gone down just because there's a lot of distractions, more so than there probably was. But yeah.
Thank you. That was your grandfather, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, now I'm going to keep the canvas open.
Can I interrupt?
Oh, excuse me. Go ahead.
This is Marcia. You skipped me. Can I just do mine real quick?
Excuse me. Where did I miss you?
I don't know. I'll keep it really short.
Okay. Thank you, Marcia. Thank you. I didn't see that. Thank you.
That's okay. I interviewed my husband, so he's a little older than me, but not as old as some of the other ones that have been interviewed. he's a school counselor, so he kind of had a different view on the answers. He said the economy's changed in the last 30 years. So he said 30 years ago, you didn't need college education or a lot of reading skills to get a high paying job, but now you do. And 60 to 70% of the jobs require higher education skills right now. He said that his mother always says that he was reading by 4, and this was because he was the 6th child out of 7, and all his older siblings just read to him every night, and so he picked that up. He didn't enjoy reading until he was in 7th grade, and the teacher had him read The Outsiders. And after that, she let them choose their own book. And then after that, he liked reading because he was able to choose his own thing. And so that's his philosophy, that the best way to gain literacy skills is to be able to enjoy what you're reading.
I agree. I know we have ones we have to have them read that the state asks us to, but everybody's right. Forcing them or telling them, I don't know. It's a detriment. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you saw how literacy's changed and what's happened just in your little lifetimes. I will keep the Canvas things open now for 3 more weeks. So if it's fall break, if it's spring break, if it's fall break and you're gone right now and you don't have time to finish up, I'll keep everything open that you can still do it for 3 more weeks. I don't have to turn grades in for 3 weeks. I hope to see you all in the literature class. I think it's going to be a fun class. It's 7 o'clock. We're going to let you go home early and relax. We're going to end with, there are some handouts there that I told you about. And here is a little comment at the end of the thing right here. The importance of theories to educational research. Creswell, in 2002, page 7-8 in our book, says that a theoretical lens in narrative research is a guiding perspective, an ideology that provides structure for advocating for groups or individuals writing the report. So thus, theories is what we've been studying, a foundation of theories. It provides the philosophical grounding for research and teaching. But this is things for you to think of now as you teach. Are you, as a teacher, aware of the theories you possess? That comes from chapter 1 in our book. Are you aware of the theories you possess and use in your class? You've heard about a lot of different theories. Some you may agree with and not agree with, understand, not understand. And are you aware of how you use the 7 P's to guide your class? Remember the purpose, the pondering, the practice. Thank you very much. Thank you. I hope you've enjoyed the class. I hope you've learned a foundation. And I'll see you not next week, except for the 4 people that are in action research. But then I'll see you the week after in literature, I hope, because it's a wonderful class. Good night, everybody. Drive safely if it's snowing. Have a good fall break, and see you later.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
Lee.
Thank you.
See you later.
Thank you.
Thank you for the great class.
Hey, Louise.
I can hear you, Nicole. Can you hear me?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, sorry. Hey, I just wanted to say thanks. I've already taken the next 2 classes, so I won't be. So I'll be back in January. So thank you.
Thank you for being in class. You've been a good contribution. Thank you.
Thank you.
Louise, I have a question for you.
Yes, Bonnie.
I'm not registered yet, but I am planning on taking the literacy class next, or the children's lit class. I haven't seen anywhere for this so far in this class how to contact you. Like, I know I'm going to have a conflict the last day of that class.
Oh, it's on the syllabus. It's on the front page. Yeah, my phone's there, my email's there, and my phone number on the top of the syllabus.
Okay, I printed that, but I didn't digest it all.
Yeah, it's there.
Okay, thank you. Because
You're welcome.
I have another class that I'm taking. I'm doing the Wilson training, and I have
Oh,
a class
good.
that overlaps that last class period on the 8th of
That's
December.
okay. That's okay. We can work with you.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
It'll work out.
Okay, thank you for this class. I really enjoyed it.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night.
Hey, Louise.
Yes. Hi, Cheyenne.
Got a quick question for you. I'm so sorry.
That's okay.
I sent you an email about this too, but on my interview assignment, I got a 10 out of 100. Feedback on.
Thank you. Thank you. I just didn't put a 0. Don't worry about it. I will correct it.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I hadn't missed something big on the assignment.
No, I just didn't hit enough zeros, I guess. I thought I did.
Okay, thank you.
You're fine, Cheyenne.
Okay, thanks. Have a good night.